Okay, that was weird. I didn't like the way of that. Well, excuse me. Hey, I'm live. Perfect. Alright. Hello there, YouTube, and hello there, Twitch. Today, we're continuing with our playthrough of The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last week, we did a whole trial. Also got rated by the voice actor to Ryunosuke Naruhodo, which it's still crazy to me, because it's been a week now. And it's just insane that happened. Hope he's doing good. Uh, Other than that, yeah. It was a great time last week. We did a whole trial for Ryunosuke because he was being convicted as the criminal, even though he just picked up a gun, and it's like wrong place, wrong time type of situation. That's about it for last week, and this chapter at least has what's it called? Just investigation is what I saw. So let me just switch my screens here. What's good, Fables? Cut. Let me just do this real quick. Okay. Other page. There you go. Right. Let's continue from where we last left off. Yes. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Spectacle Bond? Is that what it said? Oh, my mouse on the screen. My bad. Unbreakable Speckled Bond. Yes.
狭い部屋の片隅、深い闇の中でホームズと私は息を潜めて待っていた。やがて通気口からシューシューと低くうなるような音が聞こえてきた。その瞬間、突然ホームズが飛び出して闇の一点をステッキで鋭く打ち据えた。見たかワトソン。ホームズの張り詰めた声が空気を震わす。私がランプの遮光板を上げると部屋の情景がぼんやり浮かび上がった。ホームズは部屋の隅を睨みつけて私に向かってつぶやくように言った。被害者が死の間際に言い残したまだらの紐という謎の言葉、その恐ろしい正体こそがこいつだったのだよ、ワトソン。
Oh, instead of Wilson. Or instead of Watson, it's Wilson.
巻いていた。それは世にも恐ろしいまだらの紐だった。
On board the steamship bureau? Anime.
それでは謎解きを始めるとしようか。この奇怪なる殺人事件、その真相をね。失礼。犯行時、扉は内側から缶抜きがかかっていた。缶抜きに細工をされた痕跡はない。犯行の際、この現場は完全な密室状態だったわけだ。被害者は死の間際にメッセージを残したようだ。ここに落ちているインクを使って書いたと考えられる。
How did you get partnered? I have affiliate, not partnered.
どうやら被害者はロシア人ということか。
Partner, you have to do more. You have to get more followers. I'm not sure if subscribers count are required.
このメッセージとは明らかに違う。いや、これはむしろ人種が違うと断言してもいいかもしれない。
Yeah, partner is like more advanced. Affiliate is like a little bit easier to get to.
札を貼ったのは犯行時間の直前、被害者自身だったようだな。ほう、これは
一体貴様は何なんだ。好き勝手しやがって。
そうです。海洋警察が到着するまで現場に手を触れず待つべきだ。
その必要はない。どうやら今から5秒以内に諸君を犯人に紹介できそうだ。
バカを言うな。殺人現場だぞ。しかも奇怪な密室殺人だ。
それでは密室の謎、その封印を解くとしましょうか。
まさかその中に犯人が。
一体君は何者なのだ？僕は大英帝国が誇る世界の名探偵なのです。シャーロック・ホームズ。
Oh shit! They literally call him Sherlock Holmes in
知らない
Japanese.
のか？
Who did it reveal? I don't know. Oh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Fucking snake comes out of nowhere. Oh, don't tell me, Ryunosuke. I was in the closet. Wait, I can't move. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? Huh? So, so you wake up now, huh? Oh. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then? We found you. And now you pay. Criminal. With a K. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe? Sorry. Now you have been found, it is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. No. I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Mr. Sato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where is Kazuma? Oh, don't tell me Kazuma's dead. Poopy. You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in a sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? It's Sly Cooper, first of all. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. No, he's dead! Here, in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body! Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And those handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Nah. That's crazy. He's already dead? It was just 2 short weeks ago. I don't believe he's dead. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? You know, of course, I got talked into this. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way the Russian crewmen just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yeah, I still can't quite believe that. Really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. There was a space that was supposed to be there. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba? You mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty of by association. Let's go, my boy. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? And I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at the next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer? No, I'm not a murderer. You said before, you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend. No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs. They think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When he found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it in another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? There's like a vent to the top left. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? You're still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances. Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. But presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. About the incident. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... That's not the door. There was Kazuma-sama's, there was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. I like the duct tape. And the white tape there now shows exactly where it was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. It's all very hard to believe for me, too. Trust me. But I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. Oh, wait, what was my... I didn't even know what I said. No, how to check my history? There you go. It's still throbbing like anything? It's still throbbing like anything. Alright. Stowaway. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. Had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of the Incredible Trial. Yeah. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much what he said to me. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. Oh shit, okay. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. Hold up, I just gotta answer this one quick text right now. Sorry, I'm just messaging someone real quick. So I'll probably say this at the end of the stream. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Or at the end of this this bit that we're gonna do. So I might do something in like a second, or not in a second, but later once I get to part. Ooh, excuse me. Sato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you by my stowing away on this ship. I mean, if I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right. Yes, word perfect. In fact, last night. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. What does it mean, it's throbbing like anything? That I don't get that. The anything part is what I really don't get. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand why. Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Oh, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Oh shit! Yo! What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in the court of law. Can I, like, get back up? I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves that I'm not guilty of the awful crime. With the paper seal. Present. Sorry. I was like, what's the button again? I was pressing RB for a second there. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck up over the doors? Oh, yes it was. Oh, what the hell? She said more things. Oh, yes it was. I remember it clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. He was sleeping in the wardrobe? That's kind of... I just realized that. He was consistently sleeping in the wardrobe. His back must be hurting. Just in case the cabin steward or any other another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. I'm not gonna say anything. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Because I can't really get up with my hands cuffed, apparently. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you, so you finally believe me. I believe you to an extent. I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put that sign back in position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Conjuring. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Why am I having trouble reading today? Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Alright, so what we got? Examine. Begin examining the sailor. Oh, this guy right here. Perhaps I should see what the Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how's it going? The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry. Like, sorry? The criminal asking an investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet, of course not. Now, back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Alright. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Ah, to like look, investigate everything, yeah. I'm sure you're careful to look all around using the D-pad, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of the cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Alright, so let's see, examine the katana, right? That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Alright. Examine plate on food. Plate on food. I guess this, right? That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, and it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Examine the scroll. This right here, I was saying, right? Sasagi. Or, no. No. Saigi? Saigi? Saigi. Saigi. I'm mispronouncing the E and I right now, and I'm like, cause if it goes to gi, that's gi, like a E, but the E sounds like an I, so it's like Saigi. Saigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship. take a jab at me. Now you're going to bring that up. Are you? I can't win. Alright. Examine the pink object. I guess this little thing here. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Natsuki fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like that around with him, would he? And the mark beside it, what is it? I wonder. It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color, It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Okay. It's like kind of like dragged, as you can see here. Alright. It's okay, so it was a small piece of glass. Examine message on the floor. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. What's the first letter? Give me a second. I'm trying to see this first letter right now. If I was to do it this way. Is that a D? No way. Now I'm confused. Dop. Is he writing it the other way, or... Oh, did not mean to do that. I'm not sure how he wrote it. It's confusing me now. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger into the spillage. And I'm not trying to figure out, like, what the word is. Because there's some letters that make sense. And then it's like, no wait, but he's not writing it backwards or anything. Like Leon. Oh, I know what it is. It's Leon! I got it. Guys, I know who killed it. Who's the killer? I know who the killer is. Little dumb joke for any Danganronpa fans there. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in a terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. Literally. Rappa... Oh. That looks like it would be a B, but at the same time not. I'm not sure. I really can't tell what this is. I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It's English, I would assume. It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. Oh, it could be Russian! It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? No, because, yeah, he would know English, too. It might be Russian. Okay. So, we don't know what it says overall until we get the Russian guy to speak for us. Examine the trunk. It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. It's like, what the fuck? Yes, I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read it. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. I love Susato, she's so cute. We read the message before examining the desk. The desk. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma-sama, he didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry is incomplete, which means... What? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Yeah! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Alright. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't believe prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Okay, then examine frame on the wall. This. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Bura. Brudia. Oh, do I have space on this page? I do not. Okay, so I have to get another paper. Essentially, a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? That was very funny. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Okay. Examine the shelves. The books have fallen over on the shelves. Look. They've all toppled the same way. Now, was this a statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. I don't know why I like that look she has right there. It's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. Mound down. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training. Do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and statues. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't see this. Oh, crap. There you go. Fix that up. Okay. Examine shelves. All the books are there. Knock them all down. Okay. The call bell. Call bell. This? This is... Yes, it's the bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? Read about it in the book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon the servants. Really, that sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. I'm in the interest of cultural research, obviously. There you go. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. where I was in. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. It's not soundproof, so he would have definitely heard it. I think that's some kind of opening for ventilation. A hole through which fresh air can circulate in the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose maybe that's it. Yeah? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You noticed the man too, have you? I've no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall, suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me! Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's death, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining, or does Sasato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Wait, what did you say? Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Hello. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry. What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course, but deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry. What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how... How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps. Wow, the deuce is in this. It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. What are you talking about? And when the... What? when the Beribian occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that surmises the fact beautifully. No need to hide the truth now, that nothing deceives these eyes. So I love Sherlock Holmes / Sholmes Herlock. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. You see another in this cabin who fits the bill. A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting for evolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's... What? She got it, stance and everything. Now explain yourself, tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your mind. Ah, but it was... was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign claims, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see? What do you make of that? Hmm? Well, to be honest... The ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brasserie certitude. And more often than not, I am right. Ha. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women to the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes, also known as Sherlock Holmes, but we can't say that because copyright. So it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same, the inimitable actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Alright, let's converse. Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I'm none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No, I am her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Holmes. You can read all about my exploits in the exciting London publication. Oh yes, Randit's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories you started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles then in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, known as Dr. Watson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, a logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. I guess, if anything, this kind of sounds like how Apollo has to perceive. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logication makes deductions from the data in a blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look at me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have to turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Cosmo's deaf. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Alright, okay. The two facts. Ms. Sholmes, tell us please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. Two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Ah, yep, see? That is a Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gardet, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. If my memory serves, that outfit is a traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people. I had no idea. And I had no idea the detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. No, my friend. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Could I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that... Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me? Do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times... I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. You're not saying that you're not Russian, though. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things that you conclude about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Commonplace is crazy. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary Vilan Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday. And last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. Oh, thank you. You're finally seeing reasoning. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, Vilan Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learnt to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up this crystal tower. Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds of the man had perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder. What about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Look, he's a pointer. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Oh. Here, take the paper for yourself. It's a little memento of this great deduction. Thank you. I've observed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back. Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though. Though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. I could look at it right now. This is interesting. We found something relevant, Naruhodo-san. Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this too. Do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, and this is Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlovia. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear that the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. I just realized what he said. I love her too. I love Susanoo this thing. I'm not gonna dignify that with a response. Like, yo. Alright. Then we got... Oh, my bad. Oh, right, my down thing does that. Okay. When I scroll wheel. Whoop, nope, that's not what I wanted. I have to read a little bit. Converse, what are you? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, were you not? Weren't you? Kazuma, ah, yes, the victim. Kazuma, ah, yes, the victim. I love him. So far, I am loving the characters in this game so much. Select and examine the back article. Article about ballerina. Okay, so that's the file. It's been filed in the court. Okay. Here you go. Did you notice anything useful, anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset some people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what Susanoo takedown is. Susanoo-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? Like you have to me, like 5 fucking times? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, you return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smartering, dear boy, a smartering. Sayonara, bonsai, Mikado. I don't know what Mikado is. Bonsai is what they say before, you know, something tragic. But it also means the tree. There's that. Bonsai. I think that's the ZA. And then we got sayonara, goodbye. Nado. Nado. I'm not too sure of either. I trust you're suitably impressed. Ha. Well, this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Me. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Whistling sound. These are very deep waters. Pray go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. Alright. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhilaration, whatever. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. You think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. Oh, there's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as a culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it, only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, it's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what were you looking at my knees before, some great detective you are? Well, so what? You were looking at my knees before? That's what I meant to say. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. I love Sholmes. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Ah! Okay, but like, why? As Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if I gave him any chance in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off and here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for the chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Alright. Let's see here. We got... Examine the sailor again. Okay. What's good, dog? Excuse me. What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? A criminal asking prison guard to help him escape. Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Yet. You stay in this cabin until next port, then it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright. There's no point trying to appeal to the man's better nature, that's for sure. Examine dining table. There's nothing on this table at all. Plain cutlery all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. No. Examine the door. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. Remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick. That's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader or detective of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look, over there. The crewman, do you mean he wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. Like some examine the nuke sailor? Yeah. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no. It's just the crewman standing by the door. I can't help but feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes? What can I do for you? I recognize that face. But it can't be. Ahem. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. And on a white sleeve, bro. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Alright. Special orders. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. It is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Osogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Osogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated. Obviously, we couldn't give Osogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night every day. But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Give me a second. I want to clean my glasses. I'm talking to him. Alright. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death overseas. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not. We really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with? Do you think I'm going to need something persuasive? What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it, really. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Nanaho-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence. It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. Hosonaga. Yeah, Hosonaga. The evidence that would give us a visible reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yeah. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Alright. And then I do present. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of spectacle band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A spectacle band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it... You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So we could investigate it there. We might be able to work out what the spectacle band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. Asogi. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Nanaho-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. I like that it's a little, like a cart thing. What is that on the floor? First class cabin passageway. Why are my glasses like this weird, like, stain? Look. One bad thing about glasses. The stains on your lenses can really just be annoying sometimes. That's like the only bad thing I feel about glasses. Other than that, glasses are like pretty cool, in my opinion. Ooh, I'm finally out of the cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in the first class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as many accommodations in steerage. Really, this must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. Next door to him leads to the second class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then, I've been shut in inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very tiring time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. I like her little, like, thinking face she does. Alright, let's see here. Examine sailor. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask you something of you? You little third-class lady's maid! Oh, we seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me my name. I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. Funny. Whew, the best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. First class cabin area. Mr. Stroganoff, about the first class cabin area. Here we are the finest part of the Bureau steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you. Or thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? I would assume that means da, like ya. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no? Genius. Fucking Ryunosuke just going, genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's just tantalizing. The passengers next door? Yep, okay. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next door to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is none of your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since the gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right? That is none of your business. Alright. Last night. Are you on watch here at all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Yeah, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Hey! Susato-san? Did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way. I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. The way how he like kind of like turned left when he was asking that question. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. I probably couldn't like touch anything for the whole time. Okay, let's see. Examine the second class door. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in the cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Okay. Examine the door. Examine the desk. I would assume this is what they're talking about. I've investigated thoroughly, but oh, there you go. It didn't show the little indicator. The book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been how you say this word? Meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Oh. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Okay, so we got that. Examine... Examine the framed paper. I would assume this. This looks like a plan of the SS Bureau. It shows each deck, too. The Bureau is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. It's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink into the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is. Well, considering the Japanese archipelago, the islands of Japan, yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. we're kind of like going right, and then we just kind of like deteriorated a bit. I'm like, huh? Examine neighboring cabin's door. Oh wait, was this the door I had to examine? I also wait to the second class. The area of the ship. There's something wrong. I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. That expression she has, I always love. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started. I started it. Oh my god, I started it with my talk of running away, and there's no way I could run away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. All right. So let's see. We examined that. Pan left. Examine neighboring cabin's door, which we just did. Examine the alarm. Oh, this one right here. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. Oh. That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this is what I have to see. What are you doing now the whole time? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. Love her angry little look. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. Ha. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. You have to do something foolish. At least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. The high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Jones. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. Doesn't. Then how the dudes can I dispatch this muscular urge? What break can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. My boy's like, I need a fucking fight! Gee, I wonder who you could be. Who are you? A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in the cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby? Or is it Grimsby Roulette, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I am great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you must trust me completely. This man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective. I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. There you go. Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before the burly sailor returns. There you go. Not just once, but two. Damn it. It says examine Sholmes because we had to talk to Sholmes. But I go to this fucking moment and he's just there. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? Holy shit. You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of a wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh, and it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host is this cabin. Mr. Roylott is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Should you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what are you about to see may well astound you. Oh my god, what is happening right now? I'm about to apply my great detectives greatly admire great deduction to the case. This has been going on for like an hour and a half, by the way. So I think I'm making the right call of what I'm gonna do at the end of this. Could this man be a more Hankina-ha-ad portrayal of the dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at me like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There could be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. Well, what would you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Ah. And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn. Conclusion. You are, at the very moment, no less in the midst of committing the most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ugh. Oh, now hold on. I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing could deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What infallible twaddle? Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. She's so cute. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has draped from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of the Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say. Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Hook planning, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Alright, here you go. The old man's identity. So dubious looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, the dubious looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what should you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question that then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the murder. Regard, if you will, the morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Milan Bolshevik flees Russia from Shanghai, via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. I love this. This is dope. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Milan Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. I like this. This is dope. A revolutionary on the run. Wrongdoing. Oh, now we're in the second one. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Ah, yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the fugitive glances falls. Proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to the life of crime, are we? Your careless courier betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answers. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. But there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Pavlova, yes. Kidnapping the young ballerina. And I guess she's flexible enough to, like, really be, like, you know, closed up. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma, Elemensky. Oh, is that supposed to be elementary, but he says Elemensky? Sato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Right, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's this newspaper article. I think we have had those. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like the man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly stunning revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithiness in their bodies. Vinegar. But such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into confines of the small case. Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato. Just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. That's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrist. My wrist? My cuffs! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Ah, course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Hold it! Alright, so how do we do this? We know about the shears, that's correct. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he's intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something like this? About this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Oh! Oh. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? Oh, and how it is growing out from underneath his thick black beard. Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Oh, present gold. Oh, that's cool. Alright! You're on the verge of using those the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you haven't identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this. Why would you decide to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in the element of as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. It's strictly business, not strictly... Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be a merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the fact as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Oh, so you get both sides. Okay, that's kind of dope. Oh. I was about to say, like, do I have to, like, flip the page or, like, use the same one? Article about the ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Palova. Oh shit. Oh, she's cute. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. And please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Solved. Now to the second thing. This is now completely wrong. Now, as for the second conclusion. Crime. Put the crime over there. Lawyer taken away unawares with prosperity. Maybe we read this. Here you go. This woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the child in the case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime that this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased not all the time. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Let's see. Do we do the tiara this time? Oh wait, my bad. Gotta do the scroll a little bit here. Oh, they like separated. Okay, that's really nice. I didn't know they separated like that because they kind of did it together. 13 statement present tiara. Yep. Tiara. But the question is now, what's inside? The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Novovich. Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles, or rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. I like how she... I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Persia? It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. No. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish to remain closed. Why you wish to remain closed? Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the content of your case even before I have ever laid eyes on it. Dear me, we are not well suited for the life of crime, are we? You're careless, Yaya. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed the tact with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in the direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area. That's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase, or the bookshelf. Rules of passage. That shit's so cool when it does that. Alright, cool. We're going to that. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move in its own accord. Which leaves by one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case... That's just... is the last item listed as the forbidden in the vessel rules, a passage, a pet! I love this so much. Now, I was gonna ask why does Pavlova look a little bit familiar. It's a Phoenix Wright game. Some characters do have similar like style looks, and it's because of the art style for it. Deduction complete. Elementary. Elemensky. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Bureaus is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to discover your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out that scream we heard from outside the cabin? A veritable tinkling of a bell. Why, none other than the young lady naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai, I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself? I think she means disguise herself. So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and big beard. Then, Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. And those two even are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right, it is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster what the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Alright. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something. Yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed! It is incredible! Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes, what? Observe your wrist. My... Ah, your hands are cupped again. What? But how? Ooh, that was close. I need a tissue. My nose has been annoying me for like the past minute. Ugh. Alright. I think I got it. Got the boogies out. Okay. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Ha, can it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Converse. What happened last night? Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess we gotta go through this whole thing and then we do present the diary. Do you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to you, to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise. For example, perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in the wild tempest. Perhaps it's steam and it exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that happened. Miss Pavlov, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Nobovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have the stricken tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need to live. I need to live. I have no money of my own. The Nobovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. So they know your true identity. They let me come on aboard and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum? I'm not sure of. The fact that the guy said that it was a gentleman. But then he could have been disguising it too. Who knows? We'll see. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you aborted this vessel. However, the SS Bureau stopped by no port last night. That's it? That's it, of course! So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is none of your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be suspicious about it, whatever. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. I quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, very showy. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyways, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your queso overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Holmes. Or Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. Ha. I don't think he's saying ha. I think he's going, huh. Okay. You two are miserable. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it would satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear the friend's identity is closely guarded, secret none to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Let me go to present. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary. Yes, and he wrote in it last night, before he died, something a little unusual. It reads, to 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of spectacle band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A spectacle band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator here mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the spectacle band the victim mentioned mean something to you, or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roulat. Yes, what? Damn, she went quick to Alpha. Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Warlock. Get out! The pattern said out, or you want me to throw you out. Ugh, looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were ceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway. Hey YouTube, welcome back. Like that 1 second break you got? Good, because we're continuing. This is the next week of where last week I left off, and you guys probably see this in one span of a second where it just faded to black and then came back to this. There you go. Hope you guys are doing good, and hopefully you're gonna be watching more Phoenix Wright. Alright. I have my guide up and everything. Oh, the wire. Why is the wire being weird? Come on. Oh, let me check on this wire, actually. I mean, this is not touched upon more, but the one I used was very, yeah. Okay. Wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrist. Alright. Go back to Cosmo's cabin. There's nothing really to do here. It's interesting to see that this is like connects to like this. They did a trial for the first episode. This episode is completely strictly investigation, which I believe hasn't ever happened in the Phoenix Wright series at all until this one, I guess. Look, they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He's going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Alright. Wait, huh? Oh, he's over here. I was like, where the fuck is he? Oh, my god. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches. That's more than a scratch, buddy. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I've given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. All right, the cabin next door. What? What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Oh, I see, it's like she's an idol. He's in the respective of, an idol can never do anything bad, and I'm just like, they're human. They can do stuff. Spectre, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information? What is the new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Bureau's medical officer has finished the examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Cosmo's post-mortem report. Cosmo-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet. But the fact that there are no signs of wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck would induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Cosmo. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Alright, the great detective. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Do you say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing. But he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? That. Ah, perhaps he was talking about the brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is this, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker, and I often repaired them for him. Oh. Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Cosmo's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Mark on the floor has been entered. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Is it possible we all got shifted at one? Because the books show that, you know, the stuff was like slanted over, and also in the other room it had the same issue. So it was like, you know, just boom, you know, and then everyone just hit their head hard. And it could have been that this was an accident. That's been added to the record. Okay, so now I gotta go first floor passageway. Ah, look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff has gone. Has gone? No, history. Seaman Stroganoff has gone. I'll let it bypass. I'm not too sure. I don't know grammar very well at times. I lived in the U.S. for 27 years, and I still don't know what English truly is to me. I've been living here all my life, so English is just whatever at this point. And I'm just like, okay, whatever, yeah. Ryunosuke, strong enough. The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. That one's not too hard. And you only know like 2 Russians right now. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la, I did it the great detective way. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for this. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Why am I giving her an accent? Definitely, before the stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. It's funny. Pan right. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubts, it's a lucky Herlock who was about. This sounds familiar. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective. Oh! He's singing I did it my way, but in this fucking... Oh, that's so fucking clever. I'm like, this sounds very familiar, the lyrics. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Jones! Ah! What? That falling over is crazy. What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and when I was just about to reach the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you onto the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Yo, my man is fucking ready to square up. I may have ran out of... I may have ran out of deductions, but I'm never out of options. Just start swinging. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Oh yes, that. It's a song. I did it my way. But who did it? Who sang that song? I gotta look it up now. Oh, here you go. Yeah, it's Frank Sinatra. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say the wrong name. It's a famous song in the in the U.S. Is it the U.S.? I don't even know anymore. It's a famous song in the U.S. By the great artist Frank Sinatra. He's great, I tell you. He's a fantastic artist, I swear. Or no, what would it be called? Artist at this point in time? No, it would be singer, right, or something like that, or musicianist. I don't know. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockingly built crewman who's usually on guard here. I know I'm giving him a different voice from what I did last week, but it's fine, or like a little different tone. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did he find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem that the same crewman of oath to stand sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes. Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes, nothing to report when there's just that. I like the song. Just like song itself. I don't know what it is about, but it's very like mystical in a way. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. Oh, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing. Nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered in the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand why my way is... I see what makes Sholmes brilliant. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Everyone has the same situation. Well, my friends, till our next encounter, which would probably be in this room. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. There's something wrong, Susato-san. You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too. Alright. Probably can. This fellow isn't back yet. Susato-san? Oh, where's she gone? Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Oh, those are her private things. It's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Cosmo's sake. Not just for Cosmo-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Alright. Examine the wardrobe. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in here, or in there, but no such luck. Then examine the call bell. This thing, right? Or is it not this? Oh no, it's over here, it's over here. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo Cabin too. Yes, it's the bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, it didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. This ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool of a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. It's so that that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of the cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, oh, you know what I forgot to put? My fault, chat. This is on me. I forgot. I had this. There you go. Now the table's here. I needed the table. It's for me. Anyway, last night Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of the ventilator. Alright. So, we got that out the way. And ventilator. Examine the plaque on the shelf. And the shelf. The plaque on the shelf. So, this. Ah, yes. They're displayed in this cabin, too. Look, the SS Bureau's rules of passage. My god, beyond. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. Wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. In the cabin. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea? Perhaps he toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. I felt that. I felt that, Naruhodo. I felt that. Alright, so we got that out the way. Examine the open suitcase. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Bureau. Excuse me. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Ding-a-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling. Ah, what's that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile fore. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh. I can't stand. Sada-san, hold on to me. Ah. Sorry, I thought I was gonna go into another thing. Sada-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Oh, look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy the place up first. Our violent emergency sub had solved one mystery at least in a very, very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. That one was really short. That was like at least like 20 minutes or something. 25, I'll give it. Because there was like a little bit of stops here and there. But I like that part 2 was so short and then part 3 is going to be long again. But we're on part 3. And yeah, like I said, if it's really short, I'll literally just continue it off. It's not going to be a short 30-minute stream of this game. Oh, chat, let me tell you something. Tribe 9 released last night. I stayed up all night playing it on my phone. It's available on Steam. I think on Xbox. No. Don't quote me on that one. I don't know if it's available on an Xbox and a PlayStation. I know it's available on Steam and on mobile games for Tribe 9. That shit is too fun. Like, on some real stuff, I was, like, really on that thing all night. I think I knocked out at, like, 9 in the morning. And I'm like, I'm still on chapter 1 for that whole thing. It's really good. That game is so fun. I was thinking about streaming it, as well as streaming, City of Wolves, Fatal Fury. But, I just decided against it because I'm already... If you don't know, Twitch implemented a new... What's it called? A new cloud thing that they're doing, and you could only stock up to 100 hours of anything highlighted or clipped. And it sucks because now I have to actually organize the entire list of all my streams. I have 2,400 hours, I think, on recorded on my thing of highlights and VODs and all that stuff. So I have to now start organizing everything, posting it on YouTube and like all that stuff, just so I at least have an archive of stuff. And I got to do that soon, especially since I can't VOD new things. So this is one of my, like, I need to fucking VOD this. Otherwise, if by time comes soon, I have to start saving my things at that point. But I'll solve that on my own. It's a singular situation. But yeah, Tribe 9. That's the new Dangan game right now. On some real stuff. I really wanted to stream it, but the problem is I'm already like way ahead. And I don't want to restart the game at all. Like, it's a long process from the beginning into chapter 0 into chapter 1. And I'm like, I don't even think I'm like at the end of chapter 1. I think I just made it to the middle of chapter 1. That game is too fun, and like I can't wait to play it later by myself, like when I just have the chance. Try it out. Also, Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves, or City of Wolves, is available for a beta if you guys want to try it out until the 24th. It'll be fun. I will be getting on that later as well. For myself. But yeah, I just decided against streaming that, especially since I'm not going to save those 2 clips at all. And it's really like not worth it to restart the game that I was playing all night of. So yeah. Other than that, I'm moving forward. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sada-san took a deep breath and then gently slid back to the bolt. Sorry, YouTube, if you do not care anything I was talking about there for a moment. You, what were you? What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. Excuse me, that was a burp coming out. This person obviously triggered their alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos, passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder dressed all in black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came in your cabin. Inspector. Yes. Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man. Don, he is a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing, she is right. You are a devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga. Is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. There's a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Immediately. What the fuck are you doing? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes! Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? I love that he has the crown on, or the tiara. Isn't it mere tomfoolery, my boy? Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before that? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. All I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Bura, has been solved! By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detectives greatly admire great deduction to the case. I love Sherlock Holmes so much. Alright. Ha! You have solved it! Even Hedgehog understands this case. What? We all knew who was responsible for killing student Boyd this morning when we found a criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it, and y'all put the handcuffs on me. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through the tiny opening. It's not possible. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? At 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this spectacle band? The answer to the particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cause. Behold! Kya! Ah! What the? Look. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake, indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy. Yes, you're right. I think, oh, sorry. Just give me 1 second. Just cleaning my glasses. I had this smudge that was bothering me for like a good minute. That's right. In this, I think in this case, you'd have to call it the stripe band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Jones must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Looks like he can't speak with the snake coiled around his head. I would advise a little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Spectacular. A great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that the evidences your what? It is that very pain that evidences your inexcusable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on the pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded the vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Victim's written observation on the night in question tell of the spectacled man. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary, even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slowed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then spectacled friend slid next door. Using the balcony on the other side of it as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a spectacled man. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did the young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, whatever, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, we take that as a fact. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left on by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the visits of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. Give it a second. There's no point of praying ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything. Didn't you? But now your inventory glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your servant assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you would release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slid it through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence. That's the true nature of the spectacle ban that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. Alright, time for Naruhodo-san to fix that up. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the spectacle band. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. A saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just, about your deductions before, some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah! It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake on using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat belt cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder! Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if a snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had part in this. He's defeated. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones that they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Guess what I was waiting for? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, fright. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again. Your handkerchiefs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, here we go. We've been through this conversation. Just making heart. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Ah. Oh! Naruhodo-san, look! That it looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made from some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Present. Hi. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? She's been hiding it this entire time. I didn't even realize. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad, and when I am sad, the pain from the wound is worse. It's that very pain that evidences your excusable of the victim's death. So we asked. Okay, yeah, this is the same part. Why, naturally, it was that. Another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. You know what I just realized? Shogunov's, like, tie looks like a fish. That's actually very clever, and I didn't realize that until I look right in the middle. It seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if the snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. It's right here. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Okay. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit. Black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Hi! Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Oh! Darka? That's a cute name. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be the Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's yeah. Oh, wait, isn't it? Specimen markers do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give Prey? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes? No, don't tell me any of the you have a conjurer hidden behind your back. Snake skin, right? Yes, we're trying to snake skin. There you go. Ah, okay. Do you see that? You just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Strom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. That deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? It's a cat toy, right? Well, it is spectacle, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle on one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens are particularly love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. There you go, cat's toys would change, okay. Hi! Hi! Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous spectacle band. Ah. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around. I presume naturally the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the spectacle band, cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is the Blitzum Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proven to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Alright, now we're up to the second half of the thingy. Okay, so this isn't too long, but it's manageable. It was after I gave her her food last night. There should be, I think, a comment there, but it might be just me. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then... Ooh,
Looking cool, Joker!
Who gave me a follow? Nora Zia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Alright, part 1 done, or topic 1 done. A beloved kitten. Solved. Now for the second half. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? I already read this, I'm just like now just trying to go through the part. Hello. I'm glad you could drop by, thank you. In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be the venomous blah, blah, blah. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. This, yeah, okay. Report. In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one of the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only the Dakalive would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Shogunov isn't some immortal freak, you know? The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now we take that as a fact. We can reasonably imagine the remains evidence to affirm. Yeah, this is where we're at. Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove to be otherwise. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, this is a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow, I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. But we did need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Mark on the floor. Where is the mark on the floor? Oh, right there. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by the little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. What's on the menu today? Just a stream. Nothing crazy. Just doing some Phoenix Wright, and then once we finish this investigation, that's when I'll call it a stream. It's gonna be a short stream today for the most part. The color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell on the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death, the traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san merely tripped over and now he's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. No, it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Strom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Waste paper basket. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Huh? Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. That's right! You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah! You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent, I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? I think Sholmes just making voices for other people, or like if he's talking to like about a woman, he does like a high-pitched voice every time. I see it. Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. This evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be the photograph. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, a very glass bell in question. The very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after you truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble your absent feline friend, Darka. I mean, you really can't control that, and you shouldn't be worried about your pet doing that. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Tripping over a cat. Deduction complete. Elementary, my dear. Alright. So I got a little bit more to go. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can't carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it's safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the tail through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. It didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. The faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then, I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then, oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Vanessa's bureau is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Sogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under her feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. Now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferable restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone that what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Fucking Stroganoff just patting the head of it. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Hirozoku? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when an emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did the snake get into this cabin? The fuck? Sorry, something like fell, like a lint or something. But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without a close friend? Without someone who understands? I don't know why I'm giving him this weird, accent. Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Paruzuko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless. Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see a big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Ah, good. I'll buy. What I love to see in this day and age. Bam. We love bots in this bitch, you know? Band invasion is crazy. How does it invade a band? Like, honestly. How do you set up an invading band? Whatever. I guess it like leaves right away, or like it just removes its account in some way. I don't know. Banned. Alright. Like they say, like they say they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Paruzuku eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? I think says top of the food chain, like the look in their eyes right now. Chums is distraught right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. It is not even venomous! How the deuce did something sound like that let a star roll? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Paruzuku is nothing to do with this incident. I love how dramatic Sherlock Holmes is. He literally just fucking goes crazy. And that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotaba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events and accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can... Hold on, give me 1 second with this. I just realized something's been annoying me right here. Can I delete this message? Why can't I delete this? This is so weird and kind of bothering me. Wow. Sorry, I'm like trying to fix this one little problem I have right now. How can I refresh the menu thing? Or not the menu, the chat. Clear chat? I think clear chat would probably be it. Chat is clear with the no, that's not what I wanted. There's an unban request? Oh. Okay, I think I fixed it? Question mark? Sorry, there was an issue with the chat for a second. I was like, what is going on here? Alright. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm no great detective. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth, but even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Is it how she recovered the bell? I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Great. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Trolls. Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died, about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was that truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Crime scene photo? The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Osogi could have left his message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Soga's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting the message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident, in other words. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kin had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the bell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a big flaw, a fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? That floor is off-putting. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in this cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's. You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin when young student died was you. It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left a message. There's no way you could have left a message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then, the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Oh, that would explain why he has the markings. It's the snakes when he gets on him. Steam Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancing on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody... Oh, here's what he's saying. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in Detective Sword. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors as one would expect to find in any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? Though Steven Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. You really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Sorry. Look at the bookcase there. See all the books and things on it have toppled over. That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown in reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. And small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. But nothing Susato-san doesn't know. That isn't in her book, at least. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over these books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into the cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it. Are you trying to say the last night, after Mr. Osogi was killed? I think it'll be a little bit faster than that, but yes. Same idea. Yes, the Bureau made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run through their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them up all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just as Mr. Osogi's did. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Sorry, I'm just like readjusting myself a little bit. Are you out of your mind? You say Bureau made him stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. That sort of one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you! When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with Chip? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Osogi, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not? It is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes a theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? The book, right? Whoop. See, Mr. Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? No, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here... Oh. And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it on top of the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. Left it there on purpose, that is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until From 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... Duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Bureau. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yes. I have a headache. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back into the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded the vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of soporific? Hold up. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with sleeping drugs so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Mr. Sholmes! Well, Seaman. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have been an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And, were that to happen, every member of the crew and that captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Fucking Sherlock Holmes, Herlock Sholmes just fucking does the renegade all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck? What is that dance, Herlock? Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia, we wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I didn't notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angels on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boats. While all the passengers of the SS Bureau slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion, their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew people who disliked chicken and the newly board passenger Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted away anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkably to find a door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am Sailor, and sailors don't listen to long boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. What about the mythical creatures out in the oceans that you guys talk about? A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What's accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear with your eyes. No, you must hear with your eyes. For observation is the basic of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. But one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. There you go. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Jones? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, and these two provocateurs, observation. You remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of the Mr. Sogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. All right, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Chunky arms. Back. Oh, damn. That is a stain. Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So, nothing particularly comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. Oh, that was shown us at that. It's very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I think what made it clear it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. With my pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is... crime scene photo. God, I love that effect. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink, purple. The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Yes, it was. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me, I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like wardrobe men did it. Then I pressed button to make Bureau do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to the cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. I'm giving him this weird accent. I don't mean to. It's coming naturally and I hate it. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kid escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Soga's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find the occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She says she was worried when she heard a sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Soga's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you, when Nina opened the door of student cabin, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him, it was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph? Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of the photograph print doesn't seem unnatural? His hand? Left hand. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled in a fist. Almost you might say, as though he was gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did. And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did the crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. She's so sad. Because she knows. Aw, man. Did she actually kill him? That'd be sad. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have the metal earring, the decorative part seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found on the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Sogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Sogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth last night. What did you do to Kazuma? Oh my god. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then, when I was at last in this cabin and could relax after the horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call with a little whistle, and I tried waving my favorite toy, or her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh! I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes. I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No. I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth. I hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull the cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darker jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... Ooh. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know what I did. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Steven Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard her cry out and the thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. That no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes, I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's okay. I tapped A too fast. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote that so that person would found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of this glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in cabin, I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Bureau did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. thus inciting the bolt of the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first. What are you doing here at the time of night, Inspector? Oh! I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done it. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a day's work is not done yet. It seems there is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take in that moment? can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in that wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for the entire voyage. Though, this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. There's one thing I've learned today, is that a simple gaze can reveal all the manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw to the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it ends. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? This is an achievement, by the way. His bed. I remember him being annoyed about the pillow. He said it was too thin. Didn't he put that big, thick book of Japanese law underneath it, in fact? Perhaps he was thinking of looking something up. Either that or talking to Miss Pavlova made him actually tired. There's the achievement. And then this is where you need to go. Kuren! And we are now officially done. Well, we're now like at the end result of everything. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Sogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way or no doubt. Oh, no. The music is so good. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Sogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done? I loved it. I love the music in The Greatest Attorney. It's so well done. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident in the SS Bureau was finally laid to rest. Kazuma! He died for a misunderstanding. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to, reparate her? Apparently the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that. So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. See, Mr. Roganov, I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost your good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for taking off the handcuffs. Thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really, stay all around. So you should get back to your cabin now. I guess you could just chill now in the cabin. And, you know, not have too much of a problem. Looks like my study tour in Great Britain is over before I even begun it then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's it? What's that? Is it someone weeping? Sato-san. Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Aw. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Sato-san. He had such great ideas for this visit to Great Britain, so many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he was. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. Wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Osagi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo! What? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny. Lighten the mood a bit, you know? Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartening. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspiration in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. Let's return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Hosogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but poor Sato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say. I find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Mr. Sato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance I could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach English shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let it all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? Oh, that's a cute-ass smile. I love it. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our, bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Why did I say courage like that? Very well. I think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. That's how he got the sword, I guess, or like why he's holding onto the sword. His name is Kuruma. It's a great sword that's been in the Sogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. I love these two. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too. Goodness, what is it? Goodness. Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Oh, what? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, I was completely unforgivable. It was completely unforgivable hate behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found it. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. Huh. The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of ancient jiu-jitsu technique. Apparently it's called a societal takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How, beguiling? How beguiling? I'm a practitioner of combative arts myself. I am somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Yeah! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh, yes! Arresting indeed! And that is what you termed a societal takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a societal squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered in my mind. Kuruma. That's right. The prized sword has been passed down through generation of the Usogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Kuruma guides me, I truly believe him. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't. I knew you wouldn't let me down. The important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. Great Britain's capital, London. That should be the end. And alright, there you have it. A good 2 hours and a half. Reasonable, to be honest. The fact that the major longer parts are like fucking so like overwhelmingly text heavy. I think that's how the game is gonna really play out for the most part. Of just like how I'm spacing them out and how I wanna like really, you know, go about it. But yeah. But there you have it. We are 2 episodes in. We're up to episode 3, 4, and 5. And then it'll be the first game of the Great Ace Attorney. Oh boy. Alright, let's see here real quick how long this one is going to be. Alright, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Alright. We got Investigation, Trials Part 1, 2, 3. Let's see how long that's going to take next week. Yeah, other than that though, I have everything settled and I thought of what I need to do. Possibly next week we'll continue. Hopefully on a Thursday, we'll see. So far, schedule for tomorrow is available. so far. If no stream happens, you know why. Same with Saturday. If no stream happens, I cannot do it on those days. But other than that, though, I will call it here on the factor of. Sorry, I'm trying to remember everything, like little details left and right. I will end it here for stream as well. YouTube, this is the end of this episode. So this will be connected from the first part of this, and it'll be all together. That's how I'll do all the Phoenix Wright games, just in case I never iterate that before. But tomorrow, some more Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. We'll have a little bit more time tomorrow, at least, with that one. So that way we can extend and maybe do like 2 trials areas or whatever I gotta do for the Ultra Sun and Moon. But I'm gonna call it here. YouTube, if you got to Ultra Sun end part, I appreciate it, always. Thank you for watching this content. Twitch, if you watched all the way to this end point, anyone who lurked, vibed, chilled, lurked more than anything like that, anyone who dropped by as well, always appreciate any type of support you guys give me. I'm going to call it here, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, possibly, for some Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon. Bye.